Good morning, everybody. The meeting is now called to order. We will begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of March 10th, 2020. Will the clerk please read the roll call?
Supervisor Villapudua.
Present.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen.
Here.
Supervisor Elliott.
Here.
And Board Chair Miller.
Here. Thank you. Today we're proclaiming March 8th, 2020 as International Women's Day in San Joaquin County. I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to introduce the item and read the recognition. And I'm going to invite Linda Patrick and Mercedes Silvera to join me down in front.
Whereas during International Women's Day, we celebrate the countless women whose courage and resolve have contributed to the character and success of our nation and the entire world. And whereas the equal opportunity of women in every facet of daily life is an essential feature of a free and prosperous society. And whereas throughout our history, women have dedicated their lives to achieving equal rights for all Americans. They envisioned a society where women could pursue a formal education, start a business, serve in the military, or run for elected office. And whereas we honor women who have fought for equality and against the status quo, and who have broken the bonds of discrimination, partiality, and injustice for the benefit of all. These women created a legacy that continues to inspire generations of women to live with confidence, to have a positive impact on their communities, and to improve our world every single day. And whereas we celebrate all American women, past and present, who have inspired and empowered today's women to advocate for their beliefs and pursue their dreams without hesitation, and we recognize women who continue to strengthen our families, communities, and workforce. Our future is brighter because of their contributions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 8, 2020 as International Women's Day in San Joaquin County and encourage all citizens to observe that day and to celebrate with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Presented this 10th day of March, 2020.
Yeah, I'd like to say, regarding, I think it's amazing what the women of San Joaquin County do throughout the world. You guys, moms, daughters, all the employees, all the powerful women in our world, amazing, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I could say thank you, Madam Chair, as we're celebrating women and the contribution and the strides forward. We're lucky to have a female as our chair, a woman that's a major contribution to our community. And I think if you look around, you look at the leadership, you look at the directors, you look at our management in and around just throughout San Joaquin County and the contribution of women, it's a vast and an amazing impact and contribution that makes this county so wonderful. Appreciate your efforts and the continued efforts of all the women and the contributions you make throughout our community and in our society. Thank you.
Supervisor Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo Supervisor Patty's comments. I want to certainly thank our Chair, Supervisor Miller, and the role model that she's provided, certainly for the community, certainly for government elected officials. Drawing back to my background when I was with the California Highway Patrol, I remember in 1974 when we finally started hiring women. and what a difference that made in the department in a very positive way. So you're right. Women have a tremendous opportunity to make contributions and make a difference in every area of our lives. So congratulations, and certainly thank you for your efforts.
Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you. Over the years, women have made increasingly important contributions to our society in so many different ways, and we certainly appreciate all of those contributions, and thank you for your continued efforts.
Would you like to make a few comments?
Yes, of course. Again, my name is Mercedes Silvera Gobella, and I'm here to Madam Chair, supervisors, members. Would like to thank you. Thank you so much for this very valuable and important proclamation to our organization. On behalf of Beverly McCarthy, the chair of the commission, and the 17 organizations that are members, would like to thank you. And again, this organization will host several events in celebration of this major milestone. And definitely you are invited, from parades to luncheons to dinners. Thank you so much. And now, Linda.
Good morning. I'm Linda Patrick, and I represent the Stockton Links on the San Joaquin County Commission on the Status of Women. And I did write down a few comments because I tend to be wordy. And again, I'd like to thank the board for recognizing International Women's Day, perhaps International Women's Week, since we are past Sunday. And this is a time where we celebrate social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women worldwide. The United Nations is focusing this year on the theme of I Am Generation Equality, realizing women's rights. And I think that's a fitting theme worldwide. I just want to remind us that equality is not a women's issue, as you've mentioned. It is a business issue as we look at the Board of Supervisors. Gender equality is essential for communities to thrive. Here in our own county, we've made tremendous strides as I look at our county administrator and our chair of the board towards progressing the status of women. But in a county where we have a population over 50% women, we still have large cases of food insecurity, unemployment, and poverty rates among our women. So we must all, men and women, pull up our sleeves a little higher and work a little harder to provide more security and advocate for women and for children. When we look at the equality for women, the race is on for gender equality across the board, in our boardrooms, in our governments, in our media coverage, in our workplaces, as it relates to health and wealth. The year 2020, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the ratification or the 100th anniversary celebration of the ratification of the 19th Amendment guaranteeing American women the right to vote. When you think about it, it's only been 100 years. This centennial does give all Americans the opportunity to memorialize what was 72 years in the making to get this amendment ratified. But it is a good reflection for us to think about our democracy and where we want to go from here as it relates to women equality. And I'd just like to mention, as we talk about the suffrage movement and this centennial celebration, there are some names that we would be remiss if we didn't mention, such as Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Canton, Sojourner Truth, Alice Paul, Lucretia Mott, and Ida B. Wells Barnett. But then there were those foot soldiers, everyday women, who worked hard in both large and small tasks to have this amendment ratified. There is a post this year that goes along, and a hashtag with the United Nations focus on International Women's Day, International Women's Week, and it goes like this, and it's an equal sign. And so as you see this sign throughout the year now, just remember women's equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of your 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors and not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. I have some cards here. First up is Kelly Mertz.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Mertz, and I've been an RN at San Joaquin General for 16 years. As you are well aware, the nurses of San Joaquin County have been negotiating for a fair contract for the last 15 months, and last week were on strike for 2 days. At this point, we have met with half of you to discuss our predicament. All of you claim to support nurses. Some of you affirm that you believe the nurses need a wage increase in order to attract and retain qualified nurses. Some of you claim to be our lone supporter behind the scenes. Some of you have used our hospital and its nurses to further your political aspirations. And all of you stated that this board has a commitment to fiscal responsibility. Unfortunately, your track record proves otherwise. Was it fiscally responsible to build a new wing with the loss of inpatient beds, forcing the hospital to transfer patients to other hospitals due to lack of space and therefore losing revenue? Was it fiscally responsible to invest millions of dollars on a subpar electronic medical record that is incapable of capturing patient charges and is therefore costing the hospital millions of dollars in lost revenue? Was it fiscally responsible to spend over $41 million in the last 3 years on temporary staff that don't contribute to the economy of this community? Was it fiscally responsible to furlough our nurses for 3 days and replace them with scab nurses at a cost of $4 million for 5 days of work? This amount would have covered a 3% raise for our nurses for an entire year, and you blew through that money in 5 days in an attempt to punish and intimidate our members. Additionally, our MOU states that members can use accrued time to be paid while furloughed, so the county was effectively paying us to sit at home while paying scabs to do our jobs less effectively and less safely. Not only was the use of these nurses a poor financial decision, it was in direct violation of our MOU, which states that contracted workers should be furloughed before CNA members. It also states that we are not to be furloughed more than 1 day in a pay period. The county willingly violated these provisions in the contract when hospital CEO David Culberson told nurses on camera that their services were not needed, and then he and several security guards prevented us from entering the building and denied many of us access to our time cards. And despite Mr. Culberson assuring us that the hospital was staffed adequately with skilled nurses, many of us received messages from those inside stating that these workers were rude, entitled, and unable to keep up with assignments. Directors even texted previously furloughed workers, threatening them with discipline if they did not report to work, which per our contract they were under no obligation to do. And one patient's report on Facebook states it would have been better if they shut down the hospital. But despite all of this, hospital administrators in this board refused to end the furlough, again putting patient safety and satisfaction on the back burner. Then, as if to rub salt in our wounds, the county marked all nurses for unauthorized leave for these furlough days, and apparently does not intend to pay us using our accrued time. While we had planned to address this through an unfair labor practice dispute through PERB, The county will still have successfully accomplished their goal of punishing us for taking collective action.
Thank you. Matthew Schaefer?
I yield my time to Kelly Mertz.
These recent acts prove that this board has no regard for our contract, nor the unions, employees, nor patients of this county. This is further evidenced by your intention of closing some and reducing staff at more of the county's outpatient clinics, these clinics that are dedicated to the most underserved in our community. One theme prevalent in our meetings with members of the board was the notion that they had to ask County Administrator Monica Nino permission before making decisions. It's appalling and inappropriate for this board to give up your elected power to your employee to allow her to essentially govern our community. Our own county ordinances state that the county administrator will generally advise, assist, and act as agent or representative of and be responsible to the board, with keywords being that they will advise, assist, and be responsible to the board, not the other way around. We urge you to take back your power and use it for the betterment of San Joaquin County. Use it to invest in the health care of your constituents and the nurses of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Hofer?
Good morning. You called my name and everybody left, so I'm not sure. I'm feeling a little
Don't take
sensitive.
it personally, Mr. Hofer.
Well, good morning. I'm here to speak to you again about our Briar Square map issue out in the Mountain House community. And so I was before you last week, and we were in front of you in February. In February, you asked us to go back and work with the Mountain House Community Services District. I'm sorry. My dates are off. In January, you asked us to go back and work with the Mountain House Community Services District. We attempted to do that in February. They had us on their agenda. They took us off their agenda. They asked us to ask for a special meeting. They rejected the special meeting. And last week, I reported to you that the CSD was working us towards a March 18th board meeting where Mr. Pinkerton had indicated that we would be on the agenda for approval. Since last week, there's been no confirmation that we're on that meeting, and calls to Mr. Pinkerton before this meeting were not returned. So I'm before you today to sincerely ask for your help. We would prefer to be on the meeting, obviously, of the 18th with the CSD. We're still hopeful that that happens, although anything that the Board of Supervisors might be able to do to help facilitate that, we would greatly appreciate. In addition, if we're successful on the 18th, we're hoping to be before you at your meeting of the 24th. And all of this tees us up to be able to begin construction of affordable housing within the Mountain House community. So I've indicated before that, this is really the most affordable project within the Mountain House community. That continues to be the case. So far, we've sold 19 homes, and the majority of those home buyers are first-time home buyers. And so it just further exhibits the fact that this is an important project for the community, creates housing in a badly needed sector of the housing market. And so anything we can do to sort of collectively persuade the CSD to consider that map on the 18th and then be before you on the 24th is really what we're asking for at this point. So unfortunately, I wish I had better news for you. But again, we're just, trying to move forward that project as best we can. So I'm available at any point for comments or questions of staff or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else wishing to address the board at this time? Okay, then we're going to move on to appointments. Oh, there are no minutes today, so we're going to move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the following recommendations on this March 10th of 2020. Appointment of one position to the Agricultural Technical Advisory Committee, one San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation representative, position number 1203.1, Joe Peterson, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the Assessment Appeals Board, number 2, one second regular member, position number 1322, Kyle Weinheimer. Appointment of one position to the Behavioral Health Board, one family representative, position number 6703.4, Mr. Molduladu Vasudevan, incumbent. I'm sure I didn't get that correct, but we know who he is.
You gave it a good try.
Yes. Appointment of one position to the Boggs Tract Community Center Advisory Board, one low-income representative, position number 1503.1, Regina Griffin. Appointment of one position to the Civil Service Commission, second supervisorial district representative, position number 2102, Dottie Lofstrom. Appointment of one position to the Garden Acres Community Center Advisory Board, one low-income representative, position number 3002.3, Elizabeth Knight, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the Planning Commission, one second supervisorial district representative, position number 5202, Donald Rustaller. And lastly, appointment of one position to the Thornton Municipal Advisory Council, one member, position number 6402.1, Ashley Del Toro. That is all, and I make this in a motion to approve these recommendations.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the motion is adopted 5-0. Okay, on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that any member of the board wishes to pull? Supervisor Villaputa? No? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pull number 3. It's just 3 through 5 in just a brief discussion. Thank you.
So 3, 4, and 5?
Just all the same. It's all the same department.
Once. All right.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wynn? No? Supervisor Elliott? Number 2. Okay, so going in order, we're going to move to item number 2. Good morning. Supervisor Elliott, you have some questions?
Thank you. Yes. One question here on our job order contract program has been very successful in the past, and this time we're recommending here bidding out 4 annual contracts, whereas in the past we had 5. Just curious as to why we had reduced the number this time.
Good morning, Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, Chair, members of the board, council, CAO Nino. With me today is Daniel Moore, and he is our capital administrator, and he'll address that question for you this morning.
Good morning, board members. Supervisor Elliott. Staff has conducted an analysis over the past 3 to 4 years of the JOC program, and we found that the regular volume for our work program would be more appropriate for 4 prime contractors versus 5. We found that when we've had 5 contractors, the 5th usually gets a very low volume of work, and the feedback we've got from some of the vendor community is that it'll be more attractive if we lessen it to 4 bidders to increase more opportunities for that general contractor pool for our public improvement program.
Okay, so reducing from 5 contracts to 4 will increase the opportunities?
Yes, for the remaining 4 general contractors.
Oh, for the remaining 4, right, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You just stay here. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just real briefly, a little overview. We've got items 3, 4, and 5 is to for the board to approve declaration of county property and authorize general services to issue a notice of surplus land. Could you maybe just give us an overview of what you guys are planning, what you have going on, and maybe kind of are we cleaning house here a little bit?
Joining me now is David Telliver, and he is the Assistant Director of General Services and oversees our property management. And Eric Fallon is our Property Manager with San Joaquin County that can address your questions. Supervisor Patty.
Good morning. David Tolliver, Assistant Director of General Services, Chair Miller, members of the board. Yes, we are a little bit cleaning house. We've brought 3 properties today and 2 properties within the last 2 board meetings for a total of 5 properties that will be selling as surplus properties. There's quite a process, and part of the process is to let the public agencies know that we are selling property. There's a 60-day window where they have to respond to us. At that point, we'll transition to a bid process, and we'll come back to you and discuss the process for doing that at that time. Once it's a 60-day window from the time the agencies receive a notification, and so we aim to have those notifications sent out within 1 week of this meeting.
Quick follow-up. Do we have many of these properties throughout San Joaquin County, or we're looking to kind of narrow down the scope of what we're overseeing that may not be utilized?
That's a great question. It's something that we're in the process of researching. As you know, the law has changed as of January 1st of this year, where we're looking and we have a obligation to report surplus property to the state to look at the homeless condition and to provide possible viable properties for homelessness. And that report is due by the end of this fiscal year. And so between now and then, we'll have some research done to identify possible other properties that may be relevant or appropriate for surplus disposition.
And what would be the definition of surplus land? Is this land that's currently not generating any income? It's completely unoccupied? How would we define what is surplus in San Joaquin County?
That's a great question. In a general sense, it would be land or a building structure that the county is no longer interested in using. For instance, if a department moves from one location to another and does not have a desire to use that building any longer, the purpose is no longer feasible, then that would be a condition that the county would consider selling that property.
Excellent. I think that's all I have.
Supervisor Patty, if I could speak up relative to the proceeds, I think it's very positive, and this idea came from General Services. When we ended up in a budget crunch relative to the cost of the new public health facility, the idea came from our director and her staff to sell some of these previous public health, local health district properties to add those proceeds to the cost of the construction. So essentially to pay for the construction as a funding source. So that's why you're seeing a number of these properties, and I'm happy to see Ms. Cunningham is nodding yes. So this is part of also filling the hole of that new public health facility that hopefully we're going to be breaking ground on maybe late summer, early fall.
Okay.
In addition, also the property we brought you several months ago off of California, we need to give some kudos to Lori Cruz. That was a state. Initially, it was state-owned. It came over to the county. As she worked through release, she also worked very closely with state to tie that property to the availability of that we would put it up on the market, and those funds would go back towards the programs for DCSS. So where we have opportunities, we're definitely taking advantage of that.
And are we doing a comprehensive review of any other surplus properties?
As David mentioned, yes, we are. We have a current requirement based on what's happening with the homeless, so we are in the process, yes. And again, we have to be careful that we don't give up property that we might not be using it today, but in the long term, we do have some prime vacant property that I think we want to be careful how we utilize it, because in 10 years from now, we may had wished that we had held on to that property. So you really look at it as what has the potential that we don't want to use, or does it have a need for another department?
And one final question. What is the protocol when it comes to sale? This isn't being sold on courts, the courtyard, the court steps because of it's foreclosed on or anything. Is this going out through a broker perhaps and getting the highest possible sale for that property?
As David mentioned, we do have a process. There's government code that we have to follow. The initial step is that we make the announcement to, we come to the board, which we're doing with these properties, declaring them as surplus. Then we send a notice out to local agencies. They have 60 days to reply to us if they have an interest. And then if they do or don't, depends on what the next step is. We will return to this board to determine what that step is. We may at some point engage with an outside resource to list the property on the market and make it available to anyone who would be interested. That would be part of the process, depending on how far we get into it.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Only items we had to pull, and I'm going to bring this back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the consent calendar is adopted. Approved 5-0. Thank you. Okay, on to our discussion items. Our first discussion item is from the CAO's office to accept fiscal year 2019-2020 mid-year budget report. Ms. Nino, you want to introduce this?
Definitely, Chair Miller and board members. Good morning. We have before you our 2019-2020 mid-year budget report. Chief Deputy, Ms. Regallo was recently promoted to our Chief Deputy in the County Administrator's Office, and she is now coordinating our budget process, and she will be presenting the presentation today.
Excellent. Welcome, Ms. Regallo.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board, CAO Nino, County Council Miles. This is a staff report for the 2019-20 mid-year budget report and the preliminary 2020-2021 budget forecast. The following report is based on the review of actual expenditures and revenues through the end of December 2019 and projections for the remainder of the fiscal year. Included in this report are brief discussions of fiscal issues identified and that are being monitored. Also included is a preliminary budget outlook for fiscal year 2020-2021. This table provides a summary of the overall county budget for 2019-2020. The summary includes a 2019-20 adjusted budget, plus encumbrances carried forward from 2018-19 and board-approved budget adjustments through December 31st. The overall adjusted budget totals $1.89 billion in total appropriations. Approximately 81% of funding, or $1.5 billion, comes from departmental revenues. 16%, or $298 million, comes from general purpose revenue, while the remaining sources come from fund balance, which accounts for 3%, or $63.1 million. Fund balances are utilized from the general fund, contingency fund, and other funds primarily consisting of road funds, hospital enterprise fund, solid waste enterprise fund, and the Airport Enterprise Fund. The largest expense in the county budget is salary and benefits costs. This table provides a snapshot of the total full-time and part-time positions. As of December 31st, there were 6,640 full-time allocated positions, of which 748, or 11.3%, were vacant, remaining consistent with the percentage of vacancies reported in the first quarter. Approximately 58.3% of the vacant positions are in the Healthcare Services Agency with 156, Human Services Agency with 141, San Joaquin General Hospital with 99, and Public Works with 40. These positions are primarily funded by federal or state programs or by service fees. The net county cost is computed by subtracting program revenues from expenditures for general fund supported activities. This table shows the projected net county cost by functional area based on the first 6 months' experience. Law and Justice utilizes the most net county cost at a budgeted $197 million, followed by General Government with $81.9 million. Overall, it is projected that there will be a net county cost savings of approximately $30.1 million by year end, which is $5.1 million more in anticipated savings compared to the first quarter projections. I will now go over some issues that have been identified in the mid-year review. The Law and Justice Departments are projecting an overall net county cost savings of $15.7 million, primarily due to salary savings from vacant positions. As of December 31st, the Sheriff had 111 vacancies, Probation had 61, District Attorney had 33, and Child Support had 24, and the Public Defender had 2. Partially contributing to the high number of vacancies is the comprehensive hiring process, including an extensive background check. The salary savings are partially offset by overtime costs for the Sheriff Patrol and Custody divisions, which are projected to exceed budget by $1.5 million and $3.8 million, respectively, consistent with first quarter projections. In 2018-19, Patrol and Custody divisions exceeded overtime budgeted costs by approximately $1.2 million and $3.2 million, respectively. The Custody division is also projecting a savings of $822,000 in food and clothing costs due to a lower than anticipated average daily inmate population of 1,388 compared to the budgeted level of 1,550. Based on staffing issues, the Sheriff's Office has reduced the amount of community guard deputies from 20 to 2 and placed them on patrol. In November, 1 deputy was reinstated to Murata and 1 reinstated to Woodbridge. This month, the Sheriff plans to deploy 2 more deputies, 1 in East Stockton and 1 in West Stockton. The remaining 16 deputies will be redeployed as patrol staffing levels allow. The 2019-2020 adopted budget included 10 new positions for the District Attorney's Office, 8 of which were added to the newly created Post-Conviction Review Unit to address an increase in workload to recent legislation that expanded post-conviction relief available to California defendants. 7 of the 8 positions have been filled. All 107 Senate Bill 1437 petitions have been tracked, assigned, and accounted for. A more streamlined process has been created for addressing Prop 57, which are the early parole letters. So far this fiscal year, 128 Prop 57 letters have been received, and the unit now performs a habeas corpus review for all death penalty cases for the homicide unit and Prop 66 cases. Senate Bill 384 was signed into law in October 2017 in order to transition the approximately 150,000 sex offender registrants in the state from their lifetime registration status to a tiered registration process. Due to the extensive process and the number of overall statewide registrants affected, implementation of the parameters set forth within SB 384 will not occur until 2021. Current sex offender registrants are to be notified of the tier status beginning on January 1, 2021. Petitions to challenge the new tier in which the registrant is placed can be filed by the registrants beginning on July 1, 2021. The District Attorney's Office is anticipating a significant impact on the tiered registration process. The department anticipates that 2,000 petitions will be filed and expects that each petition will take approximately 20 to 40 hours of prep time to locate victims, researching the convictions from the county and other jurisdictions, and preparing a written response to the petitions. No funding for this new mandate was provided by the state to implement SB 384. The department anticipates requesting additional positions in the 2020-2021 proposed budget to meet the expected demand created with the high number of petitions anticipated in 2021. The County Administrator's Office will review and consider requests for new positions during the 2020-2021 budget process. Based on the first 6 months' experience, Human Services Agency program expenditures collectively are projected to be below budget by $31.6 million, resulting in a net county cost savings of $4 million. This slide shows the projected overall decrease in net county costs for each of the HSA budgets. The 2019-2020 budget provides $1.2 million in funding for 11 non-county organizations. Some activities include the San Joaquin Partnership. At mid-year, the partnership has made 116 new contacts, reaching 46% of their goal of 250. They have participated in 34 events and 42 meetings, including the Public-Private Partnership Airport Summit, Verizon 5G Education Seminar, Economic Summit Fresno, and the Youth Leadership Conference. The partnership is developing strategies to better engage brokers, site selectors, national associations, and stakeholders. Work is underway to develop the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum Interpretive Plan, which is part of the master plan. The planning stage of the interpretive plan project is expected to be complete in June 2020 and will include an implementation matrix and strategies to align with the pending master plan. $6,750 was awarded to the organization for the next phase of the master plan, which will follow the completion of the interpretive plan in June 2020. Because of delays in finalizing the interpretive plan, none of the $6,750 will be used during 2019-20 and will be returned to the general fund. The Historical Society plans to request funding for the same purpose in 2020-2021. Of the $16,750, $10,000 was designated for the Historical Society and Museum to increase the hours of the part-time archivist for a 6-month period in order to evaluate whether a full-time archivist is warranted. The incumbent archivist is unable to work full-time, and therefore the hours were modestly increased from 18 to 21 hours per week. At mid-year, the increased cost of the archivist is $1,697. Efforts to attract a second part-time archivist on a temporary basis have proven fruitless. It is projected that 3,702 of the 10,000 will be utilized by year-end. Therefore, the remaining 6,298 will be returned to the general fund. On the recommendation of the county administrator, the Historical Society is researching the viability of increasing researcher fees in order to more fully offset the cost of the archivist's time assisting with research. In 2019-20, the Veterans Treatment Court was approved to receive $67,980 in county funding for the provision of random drug testing, SCRAM, continuous alcohol monitoring, bus passes, and other incentives for the most disadvantaged veterans in the Veterans Court system. The program received 50% of the approved funding, which is $33,990, in September 2019. At mid-year, the Veterans Treatment Court, through the County Veterans Services Office, has provided service to 12 veterans that include alcohol monitoring services for 10 veterans at a cost of $6,112, bus passes at a cost of $655, and incentives at a cost of $750, for a total of $7,517 expended for a 4-month period. The Veterans Treatment Court initially estimated that 20 veterans would be served through this program. While the number of veterans being served has materialized, the cost of services is significantly lower than the initial estimate provided in the request. It is projected that the Veterans Services Office will spend $19,000 by year end. Therefore, the remaining 50%, $33,990, will not be distributed until the first half has been utilized. Any remaining funds will be returned to the general fund. Since a county agency, the Veterans Services Office has been administering the funds and overseeing delivery of the services. It is not appropriate that these programs be funded through the NCO process. If it is the intention of the Veterans Services Office to continue providing these services in 2020-21, appropriations will either be included within the department's base budget, or a request for supplemental funding will be submitted as part of the department's 2020-2021 budget submission. The net county cost of the budget is funded by general purpose revenue. The mid-year estimate reflects an overall increase in revenue of approximately $1.7 million, which is an increase of approximately $800,000 from the first quarter projection. The increase is primarily due to $0.4 million from the anticipated tax growth, an increase of $0.4 million in related property tax revenue, an increase of $0.3 million in sales tax revenue, and an overall increase in other taxes of $1 million, which includes interest income. The increase is partially offset by a decrease of $0.4 million in property transfer tax revenue. For 2019-2020, the board set the reserve for contingencies level at $90.2 million, which represents approximately 5% of the 2019-20 county budget, meeting the board established goal of 5% by 2020-2021. In 2019-20, the contingency provision budget was created utilizing $5 million in general funds, so the reserve level would not decrease if provisions were required during the fiscal year. Through mid-year, the balance in the contingency provision budget is $4,628,475. Based on draft post-audit figures for 2018-19, the Hospital Enterprise Fund is expected to close last fiscal year with a $17.9 million loss, and according to our auditor, can potentially reach a loss of $27 million. Through the end of December 2019, the average daily census of 137.4 was 5.6% above budget and is projected to continue to exceed budget by 4.6% for the rest of the fiscal year, in line with previous estimates. Outpatient clinic visits through December 2019 were higher than budget by 16.5%, and the hospital expects outpatient clinic visits to continue to exceed budget by 8% through the end of the year. The total projected net income is $4.4 million by the end of the fiscal year, a shortfall of $9.6 million compared to the adjusted budget as of December 31st, 2019. At the mid-year point in the fiscal year, the Hospital Enterprise Fund reflected a net loss of $7.3 million, including $6 million in depreciation expense. In an effort to better insulate the Hospital Enterprise Fund from unanticipated costs or revenue impacts, the hospital will be ceasing non-essential capital expenditures and travel costs, reevaluating the cost and benefit of current and prospective services, and continuing to implement process changes to improve revenue collection performance. Additionally, clinic operations are being restructured to bring operational costs in line with revenues generated. The hospital chief executive officer, Mr. David Culberson, will provide more details in a separate report following this presentation. The county operates 6 self-funded insurance programs, which are designed to provide quality, cost-effective benefits to eligible recipients. These include employee health, dental, unemployment insurance, casualty, medical malpractice, and workers' compensation insurance programs. For 2019-20, the self-funded insurance program costs were budgeted at $77.9 million, of which $61.2 million were to be funded by the county, and the remaining $16.7 million were to be covered by employee premiums, third-party reimbursements, interest earnings, and reserve balances. Premiums and program costs are determined annually based on actuarial reviews and recommendations. Costs for the self-funded employee health plans in fiscal year 1920 total approximately $46.4 million. Based on the recommendation from the county's actuary, the county increased the self-funded plans rates in 2 consecutive years, 16% in 2018-19 and 22.8% in 2019-20. Rates are anticipated to increase again for the 2020-21 fiscal year. Actuarial funding recommendations dictate that self-funded plans hold monies for claims that are incurred but not reported, and a catastrophic reserve. The reserve should be 4.25 months of incurred claims, which is calculated to be $16.1 million for the 2019-2020 plan year. Any shortfall in the health fund would require a transfer of monies from the county's general fund. As of July 1, 2019, the fund balance was $14.4 million. However, with premium increases, consistently lower claims costs for the last half of 2019, plus staff working diligently to negotiate better contracts with existing vendors, as of December 31, 2019, the fund balance increased to $18.2 million. Although there is recent leveling of the fund balance, there are still concerns regarding the self-funded plan's unpredictable future. While reserves are currently at $18.2 million, this only leaves approximately $2 million for any unforeseen economic issues. Due to the uncertainty of the self-funded plans, county staff solicited proposals to provide county employees with additional plan options. In July 2019, the county introduced a new health maintenance organization plan through Sutter Health Plus. The plan was made available to the unrepresented employees, bargaining units without restrictive language in their memorandums of understanding, and units that requested to execute a side letter. The county is currently in the request for proposals process to add another fully funded plan. A health savings account eligible high deductible health plan is anticipated to be available this open enrollment for a July 2020 effective date. The 2019-20 costs for the unemployment insurance program were budgeted at $1.3 million, consistent with the previous year. Mid-year projections show that expenditures and revenues are expected to be on target. The premium is currently set at 0.05% of payroll. As the county's workforce has stabilized over the last several years, benefit payments continue to decline. As of December 31st, 2019, the program had a fund balance of $5 million. A rate holiday will be implemented beginning on July 1, 2020, and there will be no unemployment charges to departments until further notice. This report also includes a preliminary forecast for next fiscal year. At this time, the general fund year-end fund balance at June 30th, 2020 is projected at $31.8 million, the product of $30.1 million in net county cost savings and $1.7 million in additional general purpose revenue. This chart depicts the county's general purpose revenue, including Prop 172 and realignment revenues for fiscal years 2012-13 through 2018-19, the budget estimate, as well as the year-end projections for 2019-20 and the preliminary forecast for 2020-21. The overall GPR for 2020-21 is projected at $422.6 million, which is an increase of $18.2 million from the current 2019-20 projection. Property taxes, which are the major source of the county's GPR, providing about 83% of the local discretionary fund, are projected to increase by 6% or $14.9 million from the current 2019-20 projection. Revenues from sales tax, including Prop 172 for public safety departments and realignment funding for social services programs, are projected to increase by 2.5% or $3.1 million from the current 2019-20 projection. Based on existing MOUs, payroll costs for 2020-21 are estimated to increase $15.6 million, of which $5.3 million is funded by the county's GPR. However, the total number of positions within bargaining units that are expired or will expire on or before June 30th, 2020 is 5,659, or 85.3% of the workforce. These bargaining units without contracts include Law Enforcement Management Association, nurses, physicians, the San Joaquin County Attorneys Association, and all 6 SEIU bargaining units. Additionally, two MOUs, the DA investigators and middle management, will expire during 2020-21 for an additional 258, or 3.9% of workforce. Costs from these negotiations are unknown at this time and are not reflected in the initial budget year-end projections or the initial base budget balancing efforts conducted for 2020-21. On November 5, 2019, the Board of Retirement adopted the retirement contribution rates for calendar year 2020. The 2020 composite rate increased from 45.5% to 47.46%. This represents a 1.96% increase in payroll costs and requires an additional $6.3 million in annual county contribution. In developing the 2020-21 budget, it was anticipated that the 2021 rates would increase by 2% for general members and by 3.9% for safety members. As a result of these rate increases, as well as the salary increases provided in the MOUs and resolutions, the initial 2020-21 budgeted retirement costs total over $223.5 million, an increase of $12.4 million from the 2019-2020 adopted budget. On February 14, 2020, San Joaquin Sarah voted to lower the assumed rate of return from 7.25% to 7% and phase in the increase to the employer contribution rates over 3 years. The rate change will affect the 2021 contribution rates. Lowering the assumption rate will likely increase the calendar 2021 retirement rates for both general and safety. Using the phase-in calculation provided by S.J. Sarah, in 2020-21, the projected rates for general members will increase by 2% and by 4.1% for safety members. This is the best estimate available. The final contribution rates will be available when the actuary completes the actuarial valuation, which is scheduled to be presented to the S.J. Sarah Board in August of 2020. As indicated earlier, the budget was developed anticipating an increase of 2% for general members and 3.9% for safety members. The difference in retirement costs of the 0.2% for safety members totals $124,550 and is not included in the 2020-21 initial base budget. Beginning in January 2017, the county started paying an additional 5% toward the unfunded retirement liability and has continued paying the additional 5%, estimated at $23.9 million in 2019-20. For 2021, it is projected that the cost of the additional 5% will be $24.4 million, or $8.1 million in net county cost. Based on the current revenue and expenditures forecast for 2020-21, there will be sufficient funds to provide for a structurally balanced status quo budget. The preliminary budget is built with the assumption that none of the June 30, 2020 projected general fund balance available will be used to support the 2020-21 budget. The county was able to afford the existing approved memorandums of understanding obligations, along with contributing an additional 5% for an entire fiscal year towards the organization's retirement unfunded liability and the reserve for contingencies obligations. However, as stated earlier, 85.3% of the workforce are in bargaining units that are expired or will expire on or before June 30, 2020, and 2 additional MOUs representing another 3.9% of the workforce will expire during 2020-21. The uncertainty of the total cost impact of these outstanding labor agreements remains a major concern. Included in these expired labor agreements are all 6 SEIU bargaining units, which represent 69.3% of the county's labor force. Based upon the county's current proposal, the impact to the county's budget in the first 12 months of the agreement would be approximately $14.9 million, which has an impact of $3.7 million to the net county cost. Final costs for these and all current negotiations are unknown at this time. Therefore, they are not reflected in the initial base budget balancing efforts for 2020-2021. In addition, the hospital's financial performance remains a concern. Although the county provides an annual maintenance of effort amount of $2.1 million to the hospital, their ability to continue past performance remains uncertain and is one of the county's largest risks of maintaining a structurally balanced budget. This concludes the staff report. It is recommended that the board receive and file the 2019-2020 mid-year budget report. And the county administrator and I are available for any questions from the board.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that report. Obviously, a lot of hard work and a lot of work goes into this. There's no doubt. Just real brief on the last slide, and on more than one instance, it had been referred. Just for example, there was a SEIU point of reference of a 14.9, but the impact net county cost of 3.7. Would you explain that to me? How is something 14.9 and then a net county cost less than?
So the 14.9 is the overall cost, but some are, of course, as you know, funded with state and federal funds. So the 3.7 is the net county impact,
okay.
Net county cost impact.
Okay, great. I was thinking that. I just wanted to make sure.
Supervisor Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation, certainly very enlightening. I know you can't address the future, but there's a lot of discussion about the economic vitality of the economy today. Certainly, just the mere fact we talk about our retirement system and the three-legged stool, employer contribution, employee contributions, and the investments. Obviously, the investments is taking a nosedive over the past couple of weeks, and I know that the retirement board is not going to announce any changes till August. At least that's the information provided in your report. But I guess the one thing it would seem to me that we're in kind of uncharted waters as far as predicting what we're going to do, because we really don't know even next month what the situation will be economically. And so when we talk about, there's always a tendency when we see excesses or surpluses or overages to say, well, let's take that and let's do this or do that. But I'm just not sure that we're in a position until we get over this coronavirus fear, I guess, for a lot of individuals, that we probably need to, as they argue for the stock market, is put your hands in your pocket. Don't make any drastic changes based upon the potential. So I appreciate that. The one thing, and you do touch upon the report, it's in the staff report also in more detail. But again, there are some indications as to the actual overages as far as departmental budgets, which are covered by salary savings. And I guess and I've said this every year, it would be nice to see, on the one hand, for what's been budgeted as far as operational costs, maintenance, whatever. Those are things that are set aside, which department heads are responsible for maintaining within those parameters, what's been allocated. But invariably, as we see, oftentimes, there's these salary savings which then cover those overages. My I guess always observation is that, and I know department heads are very conscientious in regards to this, but it would be nice to see, as far as the budgeted amount, where is that department as far as any under usage or maybe over usage of their funds, and then the salary savings would be aside from that. So we would get a more accurate picture of how departments are doing And I only bring that up, not that I want to be critical of department heads, but sometimes there's unforeseen circumstances that arise that cause a department to go over their budget because of things that happen like coronavirus, et cetera, especially public health. So it just, to me, it's fine to say, well, these overages, these overtime, et cetera, are going to be covered by salary savings. Well, that's fine, but I'm interested if there is an overage, is it attributed to something that was unforeseen by the department head, and therefore we can address it in future budgets, and I hope they would address that in their presentations. So that's my overall concern. But otherwise, a great report. I would say that the issue of health care or health insurance is a nationwide concern, and I guess my question is, and maybe somebody else could answer it, but we continually see these double-digit increases in our health care costs. The question is, why are they continuing to go up? I mean, I get the whole health care issue, and I appreciate the efforts to find other providers, but it's just a question of whether or not why are we continuing to see these increases in healthcare from year to year, from certainly our employees and our plans, but and that's a general question. It doesn't really pertain necessarily just to San Joaquin County, but it just, back when we passed the Affordable Care Act, that there was promises that healthcare costs would go down. It isn't happening. I don't want to get into the politics of it. I'm just saying, why aren't we leveling out at some point in time and maybe holding our own, as opposed to every year we pay more and more, which affects our employees, certainly affects our budget, et cetera. So just a couple of questions, but otherwise I appreciate certainly the in-depth look at our budget this year and certainly looking to next year.
Supervisor Nguyen, if I could just make a few comments in response to your comments. First of all, on retirement, you're right on relative to where our fund is at. More than likely, given new line of investment strategy, some information I received as a result of last week's market, it's holding its own, but of course they're experiencing some losses. So hopefully we weather this storm better than we did back in the 08, 09, 010 timeframe. But as this board, we try to keep this board informed because this board has made it a policy directive that we need to get our pension more in line with where our other counties are. And hopefully eventually, when the 5% was adopted started collection back in 2017, I think the policy was actually adopted in 15-16, the goal was to get the fund eventually to 80% funded. Unfortunately, and this is precautionary just on my part as a county administrator to this Board of Supervisors, those August rates, I would anticipate we will probably not see major growth or greater growth in our funding percentage as a result of what has happened in these markets this front end. That's my guess. I'm not an economist, but when the market is being closed down for 15 minutes to get it back, and I've heard today again on NPR, that only happened during that 08, 09 timeframe last time. So it's inevitable. I can't say when I think it is that a recession is going to hit, but this board, you've given me your direction, and our department heads, you want to see a structurally balanced budget. We will be looking at anticipating. First and foremost, we have labor agreements that we're trying to negotiate that are affordable for not just for today, but for the life of the agreement. That'll be priority one, especially if we're able to get some agreements through the end of June. Secondarily, we will definitely be evaluating where our retirement is going. As a result of getting that information, we work very well with the retirement staff. We're able to attend the retirement board meetings, and that's been extremely helpful. Once we have that information, if we have to do a correction after this board considers the budget in June, that last week in June, we will bring that to this board. Because what we have laid out for our department heads, instructions were issued in early February. We did not do a budget reduction proposal. We did a status quo budget. You heard Ms. Regalo state, right now, based upon a status quo, we're structurally balanced, but that does not take into consideration the 85% of our labor agreements that our goal is as leadership and negotiators at that table to bring affordable agreements and to come to consensus with our labor unions. So taking that into consideration, labor, our retirement rates, our hospital is also part of that third leg of that stool. And so you're right on relative to a level of caution. So we're probably going to definitely be much more rigid in what we're recommending for departments on behalf of supplementals. We will probably be looking at using one-time dollars when it comes to supplementals. We will probably be very rigid as far as adding positions, asking departments, especially if they're more heavily staffed than other departments. We did that analysis last year. We will be asking them, okay, is there a position you can eliminate as a result of that new position request you're asking? Because this is all about us having a budget in June for this board with core services being fully funded and anticipating what potential risks we have with labor, retirement, and the hospital. So hopefully that somewhat addresses it. Anything else, Ms. Regalo, I might have missed? Okay. I want to make sure I understand, because we will try to get something for this board as part of the final budget, because we always try to share with the board a revised year-end fund balance figure based upon third quarter analysis, which essentially comes in as a result of March ending month end. For the 9-month scenario. What I'm hearing from you, Supervisor, when you'd like to see, okay, remove the savings from salaries, what other savings relative to operations, excluding the salary savings, are we potentially not necessarily masking, but possibly seeing some overages in other items or being underspent in other items below salaries and benefits? We will definitely see what we can do, because I think we could accommodate that, because that's another good view of what we're doing operationally.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. In the non-county organization portion of the briefing, we talked about the San Joaquin County Veterans Treatment Court and how their projections on how much the services to 20 veterans would cost were over what actually had to be spent. So then you talked a little bit about how the Veteran Services Office is administering this, and therefore, if we continue that practice, we should look at either incorporating that into their annual budget or somehow making some other arrangement there, since it's not really a non-county operation at that point. So my question there is, who would be more appropriate to administer that program, and do we intend on keeping it as a non-county organization expenditure?
Through the chair, Supervisor Elliott, right now our Veteran Services Office is managing the program, so it would be more appropriate if it was in their budget and not through the NCO process. So we've asked if they would still like to see the program that they included in their initial base budget for 2021, or submit it as a supplemental request in their own Veteran Services Office budget in 2021.
Okay, so we're looking at then just transferring that Veterans Treatment Court portion of the budget into the Veteran Service Office.
Yes, rather than it going through the NCO process, that if they would still like to see that program, that they included in their own budget.
Okay, so I would just ask that we keep an eye on that one and we don't let that slip through the cracks one way or the other, because I think that is a valuable service that we need to be providing for our veterans. And it has a double benefit in that some of those services also help to decrease the homelessness that we see in the county as well. One other question here. When the revenues were being discussed, there was a $1 million increase in general purpose revenue in the form of other taxes. What other taxes are there that are going up by $1 million?
We'll get you the exact information. Hold on one moment, sorry.
Well, it doesn't have to be exact, just examples of...
Well, there's other, so here's my bill. So the form was the additional 1 million. So what we say for our property taxes, we say the current secured, the current SB 813, current unsecured, and current unsecured SB 813. What also falls under the property taxes would be, I'm trying to look at the increases. So the residual, and we were talking only property taxes, correct? Or was it under, I'm sorry, you said other taxes?
Other taxes.
Okay, so that would be the revenue for the documents that are recorded?
Transfer tax.
Transfer tax, the property transfer tax.
So when a property is sold, there's a transfer tax as a result of that close of escrow, and there's a fee associated to that. And we collect that as part of our general purpose revenue, a portion of it.
Okay, well, when I'm looking at Table 5 here, the property transfer tax is listed as a separate item.
Hold on.
Then directly under that is this other tax. I was just curious what this other tax is.
Table 5, hold on.
I think it's interest.
Thank you,
Regalo,
Monica.
but go
Yes.
for it. Take a look.
Yep.
Thank
Hold
you.
on one second.
Clarifying, Supervisor.
Yep. I have all the charts here. Hold on one moment.
Well, I want to commend you
So when
on-
I said other, yes, I'm sorry. In my presentation, I did say other, including interest income. So I apologize for that. It is interest income, and that is the increase actually was 1.2 million, but there's also a little bit of decrease because we backed out the way that we were transferring something in. It was a 223 offset to that. So that's where the $1 million. So that's all interest income.
based on tax revenue.
So let me share with you. Go ahead.
It's in the interest that we get in the treasury pool.
Right, okay.
So that's the interest income.
So that's primarily the cash on hand for the general fund.
Okay. All right, thank you. And thanks for keeping all of those charts in order there.
It's just I have to get to them.
Quite an assortment of information that you provided there today. I would just like to add my my commitment here, my desire for the CAO to continue your commitment to a structurally balanced budget. I think we need to do that regardless of what the market does. We need to have a structurally balanced budget. I mean, of course, we need to take into account all of those market effects, and we know that it will fluctuate. But as has been mentioned earlier, we shouldn't give knee-jerk reactions to short-term variations in the market, and we should continue our focus on ensuring that we have a structurally balanced budget. So please do that with the budget that you bring to us in June.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I will echo my colleague here. There are threats on the horizon, and I think we need to remain vigilant so that we've got resources. The Retirement Board has adopted some new investment strategies, which seem to be working the way they were intended, but a lot of things depend on how long this lasts and if this becomes a full-blown recession or if this is just a temporary downturn. I will say that maintaining a structurally balanced budget and being able to make that extra 5% contribution, that has allowed our retirement system to, that extra 5% has covered the benefits that have been paid out, which then allows the investments to remain invested so that they have a chance to recover when the market ticks back up. The worst thing is if you have to start selling your investments when the market is down just to pay your benefits. So that additional contribution that this board has opted to make has been very, very, our funded ratio would be even lower. It would be significantly lower. So it has helped. I have just a few minor questions. In regards to moving the Veterans Services to the Veterans Services Agency, by them adding it into their budget, does the money from where it's currently being allocated, does that money go over to their budget with it? Or do they have to now find that funding within their own budget and there's extra money in the NCO budget?
Okay, so the NCOs, those are established at a zero-based budget every year. And so if we removed it from there, so that would go away.
Goes away, okay.
Correct. And so if they can't find, if the Veterans Services Office cannot find it in their base budget, then they would have to submit a supplemental request so that you board members can decide whether we want to include additional net county costs.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, you mentioned that the district attorney is likely to come with requests for additional positions. But I think on an earlier slide, you also mentioned there was vacancies, a fairly significant number of vacancies. So in the past, I know last year when the assessor's office came asking for an increase and there were vacancies, the recommendation, and I believe we issued the statement, fill the positions first, and then we'll talk about additional positions. So how does that work if the district attorney has a dozen, I can't remember the number, is it?
It's actually, you're asking, they have 33 vacancies and they are requesting, I don't believe I gave a number, they're just anticipating to come and request additional positions. But we will take a look at all that. As CAO Nino pointed out, we might be working with departments. Okay, if this is what you want, do you have another position of these 33 vacant positions? Do you want to give something up to get another position? So I'm just letting you know, because that was reported by our district attorney's office, that that is what she is anticipating, but we will work with our departments.
That was my question, was how was that process going to work? So I think you've answered it. So thank you. Mm-hmm. And thank you for the report. That was very thorough and I think we all appreciated it. So are there any other questions or comments? Then we just need a motion to accept.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the report. Cast your votes, please. And that's approved 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to our second discussion item, which is to accept the San Joaquin General Hospital 2019-2020 mid-year financial report, adopt a resolution amending salary assignment and departmental allocation listing or the Hospital Enterprise Fund, and set April 7th, 2020 at 9 a.m. for a Billingson hearing to consider closure of the Hazelton Avenue and Manteca clinics. Good morning, Mr. Culberson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, supervisors. David Culberson, Chief Executive Officer. As mentioned here, yes, we do have 3 actions before your board this morning. I wanted to take a little bit of time to lay out some in the mid-year how things are doing at the hospital. We've had a very busy first half of the year, indicated here. Let's see here. So from July through December of last year, we had a census of about 5.6% greater than budget. Actual census was 137, and budget was 130. And some of that 137 is actually our patients that are being held in the emergency department. As you may know, that at the end of the last fiscal year, we had to get out of the Towers building, the 1929 building. And we reduced our bed capacity from 196 licensed to 152. We essentially have 86 med-surg beds that are available in the ICU, the new wing, and the 1997 building that would be available for general population, excluding the CDCR and also excluding our OB and neonatal intensive care unit. Those, of course, are available to the general population, but we're really dealing with essentially 86 med-surg beds. And one of the things that we've seen here then during our first year is that we have experienced a net loss of $1.3 million before depreciation, really due to increased costs associated with that increased census here, holding patients in the emergency department. And that includes in our salary and benefits area, our professional fees, and our supplies. And Supervisor Nguyen had asked earlier about healthcare, and we do know that pharmaceuticals and orthopedic neurosurgical implants are very expensive. They continue their upward cost, but they are very, very important for access and for proper patient care. Our current projection for this fiscal year is to have a $4.4 million positive change in net assets. That's going to be $9.6 million below our adjusted budget of $14 million. We laid out here for you on a table the trend over the last 3 years. Actually last 2 years, including then, is where we start digging into some changes that were as a result of the external auditor's work here over the last probably 4 to 6 months. Patient days So what we're doing here, we're taking on this slide lays out for you the big change that we have, as mentioned in Ms. Regala's report here. The hospital actually experiencing a net loss for 18-19. It's included in my board package here. I wanted to lay this out for you here. As we mentioned here, the census actually was down somewhat in 18-19 compared to 17-18, although our costs and revenue changed substantially here. For example, we had what we thought were a total revenue for 18-19 of $413 million, but because of some adjustments we've identified in post-Cerner go-live at work on the external auditor, we've actually reduced that revenue by about $14 million, and you can see that on the total revenue line. That basically is in the net patient revenue area, and those were accounts that were legacy patients that were on the books either at the time of go-live on March 5th, 2018, or may have been carried over as receivables as we transferred into the new Cerner system. We work with the auditor, both Mr. Wilverding, my staff, Chris Roberts, as well as the external auditor, have identified that those accounts really need to be written off, and that you can see then the difference is that net patient revenue of about, as I mentioned, around $14 million on the first line there in the revenue section. And likewise, on then the expenses here, we've had an increase in expenses. You can see we had projected pre-audit about $406 total million. The post-audit plan looks like it's around $437 million. The difference there is the additional pension contribution. I would like to point out that there are still discussion going on with Mr. Wilverding's office, Chris Roberts and my staff, and then the external auditor to potentially identify some additional revenue, subtract some hits to revenue that may be related to the newly eligible and the program that was put in place in 2014. So that basically what we showed here from what was a pre-audit of $26 million earnings, we're going to experience with, if all the adjustments go through, would be a net loss of almost $18 million. I would like to point out that, again, both the revenue side is a one-time hit, and the pension side, we're not quite certain what that would be as an ongoing, in accordance with the discussion you had earlier this morning relative to the variables that go into determining the pension costs. Here, again, this is our projection here as I laid out for you. Our original budget, our adjusted budget was $14.3 million. We believe with expense control as well as supplemental funding we do anticipate to come through, we'll be able to have a positive, and also holding back on some capital expenditures, we'll be able to hold a positive bottom line change in net assets of $4 million, but again, substantially different from what we had budgeted this current year. Again, here you can see now we're on to current year, and I wanted to just give you an idea on really how busy we are. I think in October of 2019 with 147 patients, we're essentially at full capacity. As I mentioned, our licensed bed capacity is 152, but because of the squeeze on the med-surg side, we had a number of patients that we're holding in the emergency department. So actually, you can see is higher than our budget. The clinic visits are up. We have seen some growth, and we'll talk about that as we move toward the Bielenson hearing for two of our clinics. It's just that the clinics are not as productive as they can be. Emergency department visits are really tracking online, although I think we've seen an increase here in the last couple of months that really wouldn't reflect our December numbers. Our deliveries are tracking below budget here. That's something that we've experienced for the last couple of years here. And then the last item, the last line item there is the adjusted occupied bed. This really adds the outpatient and the inpatient to get equivalent, and you can see we're substantially ahead of our budgeted amount for the first 6 months. Now, along with that goes then, of course, increased costs, and that's one of the things we're trying to manage here, really making sure that we keep our costs in line with the increase in volume and some of the other things we're seeing on the net revenue side. I do like to talk about continuation. I'll just give you an update on the trauma center. I'd say we're still very much in line to become a level 2 center by next August. Our volume remains very strong. Dr. Kennedy and the team continue to have great physician access, and staff are performing very, very well. So really all of our activations are timely. The outcomes continue to remain strong here. We work closely with Dan Birch and EMSA to make sure we oversee that important service for the county and for the residents. No real big trends here. Mechanisms of injuries continue to see motor vehicle collisions as one of the, of course, the largest single cause of reason to come to the hospital. I do want to point out once again the auto pedestrian continues to grow. Public health throughout the country sees this as the fastest growing area. Whether I'm texting and walking or I'm driving and texting, we do see a continued growth in the auto and pedestrian group here. The other components, really, the violent acts continue on about the same trend that we've had here since we were designated almost 5 years ago. As mentioned to you here, here's outlining the 86 beds that we have for the adult side. Again, this is the non-NICU, the non-OB, and the non-medical guarded unit. And we're nearly at 100% capacity in all of these beds. In some instances here, we've averaged 8 to 14 patients holding in the emergency department since last July. On occasion, we do have a surgery area we open up in the cardiac cath CT hallway. Really, it provides suboptimal patient privacy here. And on some instances, we do have insufficient RN staffing to cover the ED holds. And what we then do on our own staff, we are bringing in external nurses from registry. And as you can imagine, they are more expensive than our nurses, but they do make sure that we maintain that 1 to 4 patient ratio at all times. And of course, if the patients are more sick than and require either a 1 to 2 or a 1 to 1 in the emergency department, we'll go ahead and staff as appropriate, but that frequently does require use of supplemental staff. Let's see here. We do have other thing that's going on, quite honestly, in the hospital. A significant number of our inpatients are difficult to discharge because of medical conditions or insurance coverage. These are patients that may be being conserved. They may have They may have medical conditions, and they're waiting for admission to a psychiatric facility. So we've got to clear the medical condition before they're able to go to a psychiatric facility. And of course, psychiatric beds in our area can be somewhat difficult to find. We have a number of homeless folks who may require long-term antibiotics and aren't able to be discharged to the community. Many of the patients here that this last bullet point reflects are really those that are in the hospital. They're requiring the 1 to 4 ratio, but they may not qualify to be paid. They may have insurance that covers them, Medi-Cal or other health plan of San Joaquin, but they don't meet condition criteria enough, and they're essentially in the hospital with no additional revenue. So some of the things we're working on this year is really a greater partnership with our community partners in the whole person care program. Really work with Greg Diederich and his team to facilitate discharge of those hard-to-place inpatients. Again, many are homeless, requiring long-term antibiotics. They may be difficult to place because of underlying psychiatric and behavioral problems. They may not have a copay, or they may not have a source of income enough to pay for some type of skilled facilities that wouldn't be covered by either Medi-Cal or Medicare. We have come to your board, I believe the last meeting in open session to terminate an Envision hospitalist agreement. This agreement was running about $2 million annually, and while it was essential to cover particularly the nights, so we didn't have duty hour violations by the resident physicians, we've been able to replace it with a resident and faculty coverage program. Anticipate that should save at least $1 million a year as we've got residents and faculty willing to step up. We do have an awful lot of work Chris Roberts working on an inpatient revenue cycle improvement focus. Everything from making sure the charge description master, that's the overall costs and individual items of what we do are properly loaded into Cerner, making sure that all the activities go across to our payers, and of course making sure that we're reimbursed what we're entitled to receive. And it's a lot of work that Chris has got over the last really 6 to 8 months. And then also an FQHC, our federally qualified health center restructures here, really moving activities back into French Camp and California Street, away from Hazleton, the public health building, and then also Manteca Clinic. We're also going to be putting a discretionary capital on hold the best we can here. One of the things we've identified here at the hospital was, in a way to alleviate some of the emergency department holding of patients, the creation of an observation unit out of the old medical records department. The construction documents were planned this year, budgeted for around $500,000. We'll put those on hold. Likewise, some work in Benton Hall. That will need to be done, but we think we can hold that off until next year. Likewise, an inpatient pharmacy remodel project. That project has actually received state OSHPD approval from the drawings, but we're going to hold off moving forward with that until we make sure we're balancing our budget here at the hospital. Data center firewall and data backup systems are things that are there. We had a lot of money planned for information services systems this year, and while we put a lot in, we've consulted with Chris Cruz and Mark Thomas, the CIO for the hospital, and believe that these can be safely delayed until next fiscal year. Freezing all non-essential travel, yet to be determined the full scope of that. And then outsourcing our FQHC billing to EMMI. That began January 1st, 2020 this year, and the result of just on labor savings, avoidance of hiring coders and other billers, and we think EMMI can do a better job collecting for us, but we do know there's some projected savings there during the current fiscal year. We do want to then move on to the next phase of our discussion here and really have to talk about really where we're going with two of our clinics. As you may be aware, we have 8 primary care clinics. When we talk primary care, we're talking primary medicine, family medicine, OBGYN, and pediatrics. The clinics are located in French Camp, adjacent to the hospital, California Street at 1414 North California Street. The public health building on Hazelton Way, and then in Manteca in the Spreckles area. We see annually around 33,000 distinct patients for around 124,000 annual visits. We did organize the primary care clinics in 2014 as federally qualified health center look-alike clinics, and they are operated as San Joaquin County clinics. The expected goal of FQHCs is to financially break even. However, our losses across the clinics during for the year ending June 2019 totaled $11.2 million. That includes a full allocation of overhead from the hospital, and that would include everything such as housekeeping, engineering, and also then additional staff here at the hospital. We anticipate a loss in the current year so far, as reported through December 2019, as a loss of $2.1 million, excluding the overhead allocation. So a large difference between the $11.2 million, and if we would double that 2.1, become 4.2, is that overhead allocation. We've looked at several options to really improve the revenue and bring costs in line with revenue generated at the clinics here. For example, productivity increases here. Currently, we're running around generally 3,000 visits per year per provider, and an increase of about 12% would bring that up to 3,400. That's well within what is expected of FQHC providers. Currently, our pediatricians are generally at that 34 and maybe even slightly higher than that, but many of the family medicine and the primary medicine, OBGYN physicians and providers are not achieving that 3,400. We also believe that by consolidating the clinics into 3, that we'll be able to increase our prospective payment rates by about 27%. The prospective payment rates is the mechanism that we receive from both the state and from our health plans, Medi-Cal providers or Medi-Cal payers that allow for the increased level of services from the FQHC. We do anticipate to reduce staffing at 6 clinic locations, including particularly at 6 clinic locations at French Camp and California Street, for an estimated savings of about $5.8 million. We do propose at the present time, and hence on your agenda item, a request for establishment of a Bielenson hearing of closing Hazelton and Manteca. These patients, these 2 clinics are seeing fewer patients than other San Joaquin County clinics. Although the Manteca clinic is growing, it really hasn't grown to the level where it's adequately reimbursed for the number of providers and number of staffs that we have there. And Hazelton, while it's in an area that there's great need of healthcare providers, it only has 4 exam rooms, and so it's very difficult to get any economies of scale there. We did take a look at our costs and revenues, the substantial modeling of utilization data, access, clinic capacity. Dr. Fadu and his team have really modeled this and really, I think, put together a pretty solid plan here. We have experienced so far in the 2 clinics net losses of just short of $450,000 for Hazelton and a little more than $750,000 at Manteca before the overhead allocation. So we do have a proposal of clinic closure at Hazelton and Manteca. Bielenson hearing is required in accordance with California Health and Safety Code. One of the things we'll have to show here, jumping down one bullet site for that hearing, is that current patients will continue to have access in the community, and we have initiated dialogue with other providers to ensure that they have adequate capacity. Those other providers, particularly Golden Valley and community medical centers, both of whom have clinics in Manteca, and of course community medical centers continues to grow their clinic base in the Stockton area. The staffing folks that mostly will be, because we've anticipated this over the last several months here, we've really worked and will anticipate staffing changes will be to providers, a small number of physicians, and also the part-time staff. At the present time, we see no civil service layoffs, and I'm continuing to monitor all replacement positions very, very closely. And if civil service looks like it would need to be replaced, we're keeping that in light of actually moving forward with that in light of the other activities we have, not just at Hazelton and Manteca, but at California Street and French Clamp. As mentioned to you, we recommend that we schedule at your board on April 7th an actual Bielenson hearing, and we'll provide more details to you and the public in accordance with the Bielenson guidelines. With that, that concludes my presentation here. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I would recommend that you accept the San Joaquin General Hospital 2019-20 mid-year financial report, that you adopt the resolution to amend the salary assignment and organizational allocation for the hospital enterprise fund budget effective May 24, 2020, as indicated in your board packet, and that we set April 7th, 2020 at 9 a.m. as a date and time for the Bielenson hearing to consider closure of the federally qualified health center lookalike outpatient clinics on Hazelton Avenue in Stockton and Spreckles Avenue in Manteca, and staff impacts related to closure of those clinics. Madam Chair, that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comment in regards to the increased costs for healthcare. There's another issue which is aside, and I know I appreciate the presentation on the hospital. Because of the pharmaceutical side of it, there's a lot of talk about the amount of medicines that are manufactured outside of this country, which we depend upon. There's a big move now to at least, I guess, restart some of these manufacturers and start, creating our own antiviral drugs, et cetera. I would suspect, based upon your experience with drugs over the years, you anticipate that the cost of pharmaceuticals will go up if we start manufacturing our own because they moved them overseas to reduce the costs. So how's that affected?
Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, that's a great question. I think we can say that what we do know right now is the governor is trying to put together a plan in his budget over the next several years to actually bring manufacturing of pharmaceuticals that would be consumed by resources that are distributed by the state, that he would bring something in-house and create some economies of scale for at least the California purchases, and those would be for things like CalPERS, like all of the Medi-Cal programs, the prison system. So I think he has potentially a good idea. I have not seen the economics of that, if it's more or less expensive than offshore manufacturing. I would be concerned, of course, that some of the manufacturing processes that may be done elsewhere would be more expensive if they're brought here, but I don't know enough about that line of business. I think there'll be some supply improvement, perhaps, in light of some of the transportation issues we're seeing on because of the change of the coronavirus, COVID-19 that we've had here, and the impact that's had on shipping. So it can go either way. I will say some of the more expensive medications we're seeing are really due to two things. One, a fewer number of generic manufacturers that are operating in the country and operating outside the country. And then some substantial advancements in very, very unique, very, very genome-specific pharmaceuticals that are having tremendous benefit to a small number of patients, but it is driving up the costs.
The other question, which has been talked about, and I attend the fire chiefs meeting every month, and wall time. What can we do? I know this has been talked about for years, and I know it's a challenge, but it does, especially for example, fire departments that do have a ambulance service, especially like Ripon, when one of their units has to transport to a hospital and they have to wait because the hospital can't accept them or won't accept them until they have space or a bed or whatever. How is that resolved? Because it just seems like it just continues on, and certainly to your emergency department and certainly to the ambulance services, it is costly. So how are we able to address that, or can we?
Supervisor, when I think I touched briefly on that here, if we can get patients who don't need to be in the hospital out of the hospital, then those patients that are waiting in the emergency department to come into the hospital would be able to, we'd have capacity inside, and then any incremental visits that come in from the field would be able to be seen in rooms and treated hopefully promptly. And so that would be one of the things. Secondly, I think, as always, there has to be a focus that we have, really diligent focus by all of our team members to really understand who's waiting for what test, where are we. We're lucky in our hospital because we have resident physicians, we have in-house trauma surgeons, we have in-house anesthesiologists and orthopedists, so the higher level acuity we're able to move right up and quickly in. But I think it's going to be an ongoing diligence that we're going to have. One time at not too long ago, we maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we commissioned a capacity study and said we probably could use an emergency department that's larger to offload many of the patients. But I think one of the things we've seen is that may not help. It may actually add to the problem. We just have that many more patients waiting for beds. So we're going to have to work within the system. I think that's one of the things we've got to do is work closely with the field and EMSA and then each of our hospitals to say what are some of the common themes we're seeing and what are 3 or 4 or 5 common things that we can all do and make sure we do that.
Well, I appreciate it. And the last question is I know you have patients who've been there a long time that you can't offload, which is not only taking up space for maybe a patient who has insurance, but it also is tremendous cost. Is there any discussions in regards to, as some other hospitals have provided, an off-site facility to house those patients as opposed to keeping them in the hospital building itself?
Supervisor, when you and I have spoken a couple times about that, it's one of the things that I have asked my team to help me out with, my Chief Operating Officer, to see what else could we do to find better houses. I think the whole person care, Natasha Garcia and her team, her contacts, her enthusiasm of working with other community providers is a first step. But I think we do have to take some, I've alerted my team as a presentation, I believe that was also last board meeting, about the new contract with GLOM in Lodi, the opportunity that presents itself where we would not necessarily need to be a landlord, but we can have a facility to whom we can refer patients is a great opportunity. I think with Greg and Natasha, I and Jake McCarty, my Chief Operating Officer, have to do that some really solid due diligence on other places we can place patients.
Good. Well, I know in the previous discussion on the consent items, there was talk about surplus county properties. But, you know, I'm assuming that you probably contacted Director Cunningham, but I just think we need to explore that because it's tremendous cost and loss of revenue by virtue of those patients that we can't transfer. And to reduce hospitals or reduce a $200,000 a year cost to $10,000 based upon another location. And GLOM is an excellent example of how we can do that. So I appreciate the efforts. Hopefully we can come up with a cost savings resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a few. Will we go back to the slide where you put up your projections for where you now think you're going to end the year?
Have you? Okay, great. Let's see here. So the year projection is right here. Mid-year projection, Chair Miller?
Correct. So I guess this is my question. There's been a swing of $44 million between what was anticipated. If you look at the $26 million loss, and that was on the slide before.
This would be the slide you.
Yes.
Yes.
And now a 17. At first, it was a $26 million surplus. Then it was going to be a $17 million loss. That's a swing of $44 million. I guess my concern is help us understand. Given this, I mean, as recently as 90 days ago, this was not being conveyed. Help us understand how you're actually going to hit these new projections you're putting up here, because when I see this, that in 90 days, the finances are just have tanked. Mm-hmm. And some of it is, you mentioned, pension liabilities. That's been a requirement to report pension liabilities for years. I'm having a hard time understanding, first of all, how this happened, and second of all, how you're going to hit these new numbers.
Madam Chair, I think in the last 90 days, Chris Roberts has worked closely with Jay Wilverding and the external auditors, and they found both of these items here. The pension liability, Chris had been booking throughout the entire year what numbers were provided to him, and then only during the post-audit or during the audit process, and I'm not sure I understand enough about how the pension truing up occurs to be able to say that I understand why we only received that entry fairly recently. I don't recall exactly when Chris was notified of the auditor's concern, but I'd have to defer to Auditor Controller Wilverding on that one. The other component really is, as was on the net revenue side, as I mentioned, we've continue to work through the accounts receivable, particularly the legacy system, and that indeed is something that was identified, again, just during the audit process here. Chris works extremely hard to find out what appropriate accounts receivable have been accrued and what has been written down. And again, his solid, and I know we've worked closely with Monica's office and team to make sure that this 4.4 million projection is indeed what we believe we can hit. So I guess that's a way of saying that the net revenue piece that you see here was a prior period adjustment. And again, I'm not certain I know enough about how the pension adjustments or pension reports are brought, other than the fact that Chris books it each month in accordance with the numbers he's been provided. And I defer to Jay on that.
Thank you. Mr. Wilverding, help us understand what's happened and going forward. Are these numbers we can expect to hit? Because this, I mean, a $44 million swing is huge, and this poses a very serious risk to the county as a whole.
Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the board, and thank you for your questions. One of the things that I want to add, we're talking about 17.8 million loss on the slide. As Ms. Regalo had mentioned in her summary beforehand, there's actually a $10 million loss we want to add to that, so it's actually 27.8 million. With the, what's that, $55 million divergence from the 26 million you talk about. I'll briefly go over it without getting everybody bogged down in the mud over a bunch of accounting jargon. What I will also say is we do not have finalized financial statements from our auditor as we speak, which, as I mentioned last year, because we were in the same situation, is impacting the county's ability to issue its statements, which we're legally obliged to do by the end of this month. We are scrambling to do that, and a lot of these things have popped up over the course of the last probably 8 weeks. So I'll start with the easy one, the pension obligation. That comes from our actuary, and the hospital gets their information about the same time as my office gets their information, probably in the middle of October, maybe the end of October. My assistant, Jeff Wolkamp, is the one who actually handles that. And it is a gating factor. As a matter of fact, that's the last thing that we have that we're able to plug in and go with. And so we do get that at the 11th hour. What has happened in the interim is, and I have a worksheet, I believe David and Chris may have gotten it at the hospital probably, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, is there's $14.5 million worth of negative adjustments. And in summary, you had puts and takes for cash. Cash balances were off. Unapplied cash were off. We're talking multiple millions of dollars. We had revenue that was overstated. We had reserves that were understated. We had supplies inventory, surgical supplies that literally got adjusted down by half, and a few other miscellaneous items along the way. As David mentioned, some of these are things that predate from several years ago, the system conversion. Some of them are actually current and potentially ongoing. The cash is a perfect example of that. And yes, some of these items did make it through we've used the same auditors for the last 3-4 years now. And what happens is, like now, there may be other issues out there that the auditors haven't found that we may find at some point during the next year or the next year's audit. But we got to call it soup and move on because we have a reporting deadline to make. So I can't guarantee you that that's every single adjustment that we're going to find out there, which obviously didn't happen last year or the year before. At any rate, that's what's happening. The hospital was supplied. Talked to our partner on Thursday evening was the last update I got on this, and the hospital was supposed to get a revised statement either last Friday or yesterday. I don't know if you all have gotten that.
I haven't heard one yet.
It should also have the details of that $10 million, and we're still waiting on some analytics for the report because they have to discuss all the activities that we're sort of talking about here in the financial audit report. So that all still has to take place. But in summary, there's going to be findings that's going to happen in the report. It's going to be about cash reconciliations. I mentioned issues with cash. The balance sheet in general. A lot of these things are when you have items on the balance sheet that aren't either properly reconciled or investigated or addressed, what happens is they sit there. And then when you go out like squeezing a washcloth, the stuff that was in the balance sheet gets wrung out. And if it hits your bottom line and it's good, then it's good. If it hits your bottom line and it's not, well, you have to live with that too. So apparently they're relying on third-party information a little too heavily, according to the auditor, Toyon, for a lot of the information they're getting. I don't have more details on that. And inventory control regarding the supplies. Supplies and inventory was adjusted from $5.5 down to about $2.5 million. And as a matter of fact, I had mentioned to Chris Roberts, the CFO, that when we get past the financial audit, my internal audit's going to go out there, because I'm more concerned than just the $2.5 or so million that went away, is what's the perpetual process and the internal controls that we're using. I mean, we have a system out there that we're supposed to deplete this thing through Cerner, and we have a requisition process that gets the material in there in the first place. And so I want to know how that's all happening. And that is an ongoing issue that I want to look at. So those are some of the things that we've been grappling with, and how we got from one number to the other up on that slide.
So, Mr. Culberson, if another $10 million of adjustments gets added in here, what does that do to your projection?
It depends on how that is going to be booked, because, well, certainly, if it's going to be in current year, then that puts us underwater by 6.6. If it's a prior year, then it changes this more dramatically, and I don't know how that accounting treatment is going to be played out. I know Chris has been talking to Jay on how that, and I don't think any decision's been made on that.
It would have to be a prior year adjustment for the 6/30/19 year, and it would be in their net fund balance as just a reduction by $10 million.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Mr. Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a lot of this is truing up what may have been buried the last couple of years. So this is kind of a cleansing and rectifying a lot of what may not have been properly reported. Would that be fair to say?
In a number of cases, that's absolutely right.
Gotcha.
Supervisor Patty.
And then, Mr. Culberson, do you have a belief that you're adequately staffed at the hospital, and that the jobs needed and the performance required to run the hospital, as it relates to your inventory, as it relates to accounting, as it relates to all the measurements that we're challenged with right now, are you satisfied with your staff? Or I know you've got a new CFO. That's a tremendous help. How do you feel you are equipped at the hospital at this time moving forward?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I think in general, we've got good people that are doing a good job. I think some of the challenges we have are relative to the systems. I think that we are still not getting either fully understanding or have our hands around some of the reporting. Mr. Wilverding talked about perpetual inventory. The reconciliation of supplies on a monthly basis is something that we are working toward with the new system, with the PeopleSoft system, and some of the staff that I have, like Chris and Belva, my Chief Nursing Officer, Jake McCarty, Chief Operating Officer, are all experienced in month-end close and inventory monitoring, something that we've got to make sure that then the line management staff are part of. So I think the team is good. I think we clearly have some education we have to do. In terms of I think overall here, we continue to work to make sure we have enough staff, adequate staff, including patients, wall time in the emergency department, maybe some of those. Those continue to be a more expensive alternative for us by bringing in those registry, but we are bringing in appropriate registry so we're able to meet the staffing needs here.
I'm just curious if I know, again, you have a new CFO, which was an addition in this past year. Are there other positions that need to be filled or accentuated in departments where we could, get ahead of some of these issues like inventory control or management, utilizing Cerner, which is a state-of-the-art program that we brought in at a very big expense to the hospital to be more efficient and proficient at how the hospital runs. Are we missing something? Is there a component we're missing?
Supervisor Patty, I think the ones that come to mind here are going to be some of the analyst positions that we had approved, your board approved last year, materials management, accounts receivable, the revenue cycle. Some of the lab comes to mind here, where we've had now vacant positions for over a year, or almost a year, just that we're been half a year from a budgeted position, but we've been using external staff fairly regularly since we went with Cerner over 2 years ago. So I think to answer your question, that the ones that come to mind are going to be the business analysts that are helping to pull out information, whether it's in the rev cycle or whether it's in materials and some of the accounting side. Likewise, the FQHC financial officer, we've not been able to find, although it's a posted position, we've not been able to find anybody, and so we continue to use an external resource as we have for probably 2 or 3 years.
Okay. And would you say at this time would you give us a vote of confidence that we could walk away with from this discussion, knowing that you're taking a from top down review of what to do at the hospital, so we are shoring up some of these issues and not only reconciling but maybe getting ahead of what's not working out of the hospital?
Supervisor Patty, yes. I think that's one of, by bringing to your board the Bielenson hearing is one of the things that is clearly, while it was something that it just didn't work. And so I think we have to recognize that and move on. And a number of other line items we're taking a look at. It's what we have to continue to do. So yes.
Okay. Will you be coming back on to this board with a report on some of the findings, in addition to this hearing that we're going to have in early April, which we know that's for the FQHC, but is there something else that we could plan or schedule?
Supervisor Patty, it's always been my intention to bring to your board the information that's relevant to keep you informed of activities at the hospital, whether it's operational or whether it's some of the development that may be occurring on things like MFAR, the Medicaid Financial Accountability rules. So I will work with County Administrator to bring that back. Again, it's my intention to make sure your board's fully aware of the current and the future environment. Yes.
Okay, I'd like to see, and I don't know if it's something we schedule, but just let's get a review. Let's get a business profile breakdown of what's working and what needs to be shored up, what needs to be changed. And it looks like we're already doing some of these things, but what else is out there that needs to be addressed and amended, adapted, whatever. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Culberson, I know this is difficult, but I just have to say, I know we've had tremendous issues with payroll, with people being, receiving incorrect payment. We're having a tremendous issue tracking our supplies. We're writing off half of that. And the revenue billing and the revenue cycle, billing and collections. We don't seem, Cerner's been there for 2 years. We don't seem to see that we're getting this under control. And I just want to impress upon you that while I realize some of these positions haven't been filled, I think maybe there needs to be a greater sense of urgency to fill these financial positions at the hospital, because this is troubling to say the least, and it's extremely concerning for our entire organization. It hasn't been that many years ago that the hospital was in danger of closing and was posting huge annual losses. With everything we've heard today, the county as an organization is not in a position to start backfilling the hospital again to the tune of $20 or $30 million a year. And we're relying on you as the CEO to get a handle on this stuff. And at this point in time, the financials really need to, I believe, move up on the priority list. Obviously patient care is always number one, but this more than anything else impacts our ability to deliver top quality patient care. So, Supervisor Elliott, I see you would like a chance to ask a few questions or make a comment.
Thank you. We've already been discussing this to some degree, but I just wanted your assessment here. I haven't really heard a specific answer to this, but what's your level of confidence that these corrective measures and the results of Mr. Wilverding's involvement as well, what's your level of confidence that these corrective measures are going to result in accurate figures here in the future and a continued operation in the black here for the hospital?
Supervisor Elliott, to the chair, I think the due diligence that's been provided by the external auditor as well as Chris and his team make me very confident that the things that we found will not be repeated. Jay's spent a lot of time with us. His team spent a lot of time with us. Chris has spent I don't know how many hours every day with the external auditors identifying and then cleaning up the balance sheet items. I think that we do have to make sure that we continue to work on the revenue cycle side. I think that clearly is one of the things that's going to have to be improved. And then some of the expense side that we mentioned here. But if we're managing better on the revenue side and watching our expenses and again doing things like getting out of clinic operations that aren't that profitable for us, I think we'll be able to continue on in the black, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just to reiterate what's already been said, we spent so many years getting the hospital out of the red into a self-sustaining mode. We certainly don't want to return to those prior practices. So keep on top of this and take the actions that need to be taken to make sure that we keep our hospital not only efficiently working to take care of the patients, but efficiently working to take care of the finances and make sure that we do have a self-sustaining operation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to bring this back. Thank you, Mr. Wilverding. It was very helpful.
Motion?
Yes. Mr. Miles, do we need three separate motions, or will one do it?
One motion will do it.
Any?
So I'll make a motion to accept the San Joaquin General Hospital 2019-2020 mid-year financial report, adopt the attached resolution to amend the salary assignments and departmental allocation for the Hospital Enterprise Fund, effective May 24th, 2020, as indicated, and set April 7th, 2020 at 9 a.m. as the date and the time for the Bielenson hearing to consider closure of the FQHC, lookalike outpatient clinics, Hazleton and Stockton, and staff impacts related to closure of those clinics.
And that also included Manteca.
In Manteca, yes, thank you. In Manteca, yes, Spreckles Avenue in Manteca, as well as the Hazleton Avenue in Stockton.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on quickly to supervisors' comments and committee reports. Just real quickly before I see if anybody else has anything, I would just like to extend congratulations to Supervisors Villapudua and Patty for wrapping up their re-elections in the primary.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Congratulations. Look forward to continuing to work with you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's not quite official, but we'll accept the what seems to be trending in the right direction.
Exactly. Supervisor Elliott.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to make note of an event that took place in Tracy, the Hire Me First kickoff event. which goes hand in hand with the internship program that's being implemented through the County Office of Education. And the internship program in Tracy is a collaborative effort between various stakeholder agencies in that community, as well as San Joaquin County, City of Tracy, and various businesses as well. The whole idea being to establish, to promote youth development and increase future employability through working with these local businesses and agencies to give the youth there a better idea of just what's available right there in their own neighborhoods, so that they can better plan for their futures, better plan for their educations, and then come back and provide that expertise in their home community. So I think it's just another great example of working together here to provide internship programs, additional opportunities for our youth.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. A couple things, Madam Chair. On February 27th, my office and Supervisor Villapudo's office were able to participate in the Rotary Read-In, where we go to first, second, third graders throughout San Joaquin or Stockton and read to these kids. And it's a really wonderful opportunity to meet and share some time with these kids, and they love the stories. Also, as this board may be aware, I've been appointed to the UCC, the Urban County Commission for CSAC, and recently there was a proposal by the governor, so UCC established a task force to discuss the governor's proposal as it relates to the homeless subcommittee. We created a subcommittee to address the governor's proposals, and I have in my office, I can provide to anybody that you may want to see, the CSAC counter to what the governor was proposing. So that is available. Also, this last weekend, there was a really nice turnout in Manteca. The first responders hosted an every 15 minutes fundraiser on Saturday night. There's a big turnout, hundreds of people supporting, as we all know, and of course, Supervisor Wynn's time and history in the highway patrol, the participation of the agencies to raise kids' awareness of the risks of drinking and driving and some of the irresponsible behaviors in the car and the tragic loss of life. So this is a very successful event that's directly is beneficial to our high school students and the seniors in those programs. So as of now, that's all for this time.
Okay, then I'm going to ask County Council to announce closed session, please.
Board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There is possibility of announcements following closed session.
Ready, then we are in recess. Closed session. Are we on? Recording? Okay, we are back from closed session. County councils, do we have anything to report?
Yes, the board, on a unanimous vote, has authorized county to file a lawsuit in the case of San Joaquin General Hospital against Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Thank you. Then we, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned. 24th.